Good morning. 8 o'clock Central Standard Time, 12th of August, 2026, Wednesday. CPI was out at 7:30 this morning, and this is risk neutral trading. This is my virtual trading journal. I only trade live, real time, on stream. And I execute on Bookmap. Now, having said that, this stream is not for financial or trade advice. It is my virtual trading journal. The idea here is that everything I see on my primary trading screen or monitors, IRT or Bookmap, is captured in the video, and then my narration here provides insight as to what I was thinking to complete the recording and the journal. Much more detailed and exact than I could possibly do with screen snaps or anything. And of course, it's permanent and real time. Now, there's a description or a disclaimer in the description, so please read that. And let's get on with it here now. The idea behind no trades ever off the live stream is that what good of a journal would it be if I didn't capture my trades? Think about it, you know. The idea here is to provide complete transparency and full accountability for myself and whoever. So that's the idea. Now, as I said, this morning we had the CPI out, and you can see a reaction to that. No, go away. IRT, you're so frustrating. God, this thing is really frustrating me a lot lately. This is investing.com, and it is my go-to news source, original. I like it because it's got a clean interface to copy and paste into, wherever, Discord or somewhere. You can filter it for wherever you are in the world, whatever reports you're interested in. And as you see by these ads flapping around over here, it's free. I keep them free so that anybody who comes through the stream can have access to the same resources that I use. And I think that, and if you've got a better idea or better resource, share it, please. You'll notice that the event title turns to a URL if you hover over it. So if you don't know what the CPI is all about, you can find out. And it's important to know that investing.com only deals with traditional economic numbers. You're not going to see, press conference or executive order signings or, we're going to the football game or whatever that crap over here. Now, we are also in earnings, it's important to know, but there's no major earnings out today, so I'm not worried about it. So we've got Tencent and Cisco and on high, and we'll just forget about that and move on. The other news source I use is Financial Juice. Now, they do have a calendar similar to investing.com, and they have this live continuous squawk box, which is pretty handy. They will pull recognized potential risk, auction risk events over here, like Trump's going to give a press conference. Well, in this geopolitical environment, that could have a huge impact on the market. We don't know. It's not a political advice or a comment, but it's the truth. Today's world, I think the primary job of a trader is to preserve your account, and then obviously then grow it. And the fundamental way you do that is risk management. And if you don't have if you don't know a risk is coming, how are you going to manage it? So I do appreciate that they pull those kind of random things in here if they can, and if it doesn't make it into the calendar here for whatever reason, like it's a tweet or something like that, it'll be picked up over here pretty much on the Squawk Box. So that is a, let's see what these have to say here. That's the news. I'm not sure how an increased CPI is a good thing, but it seems like they think so. That's Consumer Price Index the last time I looked. Going up was not good. I guess they're saying previous was 0.4 and now it's 0.1. The problem that we're having now with a lot of these numbers is that there seems to be a lot of heavy-handed manipulating going on, and that's not just me. That's people who spend their life watching them, talking about it. So let's get on to the pre-market. Well, there's our open. Over here, buddy. There's our open, close, open, and here's the overnight. Oh boy, we're going up, Alice, to the moon. So what would you say here? Just visually, overnight inventory is 100% long, except for one Renko and a tail over here. What I would imagine, and I typically do, is that there would be responsive selling to take some profit at the open, right? If you're long all night, and then the RTH session opens, and you got a chance to take some profit off the table, would you not do that? So let's see what happens. Now this is IRT. First things to know here is that if you look in the header of any of these IRT charts, you see the instrument, the periodicity, or the chart type, the periodicity, and the session. So these are the micro tab. This is the mini tab over here. Same exact layout. Mini ES or micro ES, micro NQ, the higher time frame, micro composite chart. Now this one again, follow the idea. Instrument, chart type, periodicity, session. So it's the 1 day candlesticks, daily candles, 1 day chart, daily periodicity, and it's the RTH session. So each one of these candles represents a full RTH trading session. There was yesterday, day before, etc. Monday. Okay, wherever price overlaps, I pull this volume profile around them. That generates micro composite VPOC, these high and low volume nodes, which just represent, which just represent the high and low volumes within this most recent market micro composite volume profile. Those values of the red and green high and low volume nodes push to bookmap, as do the session prices. And this is the market profile chart, which I'm sure you recognize. I do not change it from ES to MES, but I do change it from full session to RTH. And let's see. Oh, it keeps going down. It's been going down. It's been in the 60s. Now it's dropped down to the 50s. This is the relative volume. And this is calculated based on look back of the most 20 recent trading sessions at this time of day. So there you go. And 1.3 or $1.70, a point and 3/4 ATR for a 1 minute candlestick at this point today. Jesus. Be careful for shove around deal there. When there's real low liquidity like that, the higher time frame can get real rambunctious with sweeps and all that crap. All right, so let's go to bookmap. Right, here we go. Bookmap. Now, this is the heat map and chart. And these are the volume columns starting right to left. Micro composite. This is where I manually enter the things like the micro composite VPOC that we just took a look at on the IRT chart from right over here. And these are the high and low volume nodes column. This is the full session volume profile. Started plotting at 1700 last night and will continue through 1600 today. And this is the RTH volume profile and RTH delta that resets at 8:30. Now, this is the statistics column, which is important to me, and you'll notice all these statistics which were applicable to yesterday's prices. And the title, we opened higher in range yesterday. So we'll do that in a minute. Now these are the session prices pushed automatically from IRT to Bookmap. And I don't have a dome on here anymore, but I do because of real estate, but I do have, in my opinion, the two most important columns from any dome, which is a full level 2 liquidity at every price. This is ask and this is bid. And then the session, the price ladder, of course. The heat map. First of all, this column right here where you see this dancing up and down to the right of this line, you see the mouse change from a pointer to a dollar sign. This is the active data column. You click over here somehow, by intentionally or by accident, you've either got an order or a trade on, whether you meant to or not. That is right here, right now, live market. This blue line over here, which I refer to as Blue Boy, is just a vertical line. And I put that on the first print of every session. So if I glance left and see Blue Boy, and I know this is right now, there's no possible way I can misinterpret the context of the session so far. This is the complete overnight session from the opening tick to right now. And here we were, trade. London comes in, oh joy, oh boy, let's go up. And now here's the CPI. Pretty easy, huh? I believe in the KISS principle, absolutely. So I only look at volume, statistics, and price. Now, in Bookmap, you'll notice there's no indicators on my charts or my IRT. There is only price lines, like the POCs, for example. They look like they're some sort of an indicator because of their historical plot, but it's really just a marker of the price at which the most contracts have traded so far in the session. This is the full session POC, and this is the RTH from yesterday, right there. Now, this is where we are. So 77.70 quarter is where the most contracts have traded so far, and that's 2072, excuse me, in the full session since 1700 last night. The minute one price trades one more contract, this line will move there. That's all there is to it. It's really simple. There's a mid. Guess where that is? The middle of the RTH. This is a VWAP RTH and VWAP Globex, volume weighted average price. And yes, if you argue, you could be right that these are calculated. So by definition, they're indicators. But that's what it is. And the rest of these are just price lines. That's all, nothing else. This is the last price, period. These lines and levels over here are pushed from IRT, and they're my trade references based on whichever strategy I'm looking at, and I'll talk about that in a minute. Now let's figure out the statistics, which is pretty important. First of all, we need to think about the statistic open. And I always change the column title to reflect the correct one for the day, so that whenever I look at a screen snap or the stream, I can see that title and know exactly what the relationship was. There's only two criteria to do that, and it is as follows. If we opened right here, right now, how would that price compare to the previous RTH close? Well, there's a close. It's like we talked about in the looking at IRT in the pre-market, right? We are completely 100% long inventory. So there's a close. How would this price compare to the previous RTH range? Well, there's the high, and down below us is the low. So guess what? Higher in range once again. Now, typically, if that had changed, I would change the title like this. As I said, I want the title of that column to be correct. And the next thing we're going to do now is delete the statistics from yesterday and put in the ones for today. And they come from this study right here. You'll see that yesterday was higher in range, and so is today, because we just figured that out. Now, the IRT does highlight the correct open type, but only after 8:30. So this is from yesterday. And you'll notice that some of the text is black and some is blue. Whenever a level is revisited by price in the current RTH session, IRT changes the text color from black to blue. So you know it's been revisited. That's kind of handy. The system looks back at 1,848 trading days, the most recent 1,848 trading days. Of these days, we opened higher in range, 577 of them, 31%. Of the days where we opened higher in range, price revisited the overnight volume point of control 80.8% of the time. Overnight, where'd you go? Overnight volume point of control is hiding right here behind this, unfortunately. Why isn't this up here? This hasn't migrated up yet. This is migrated on Bookmap, but not on IRT. So let's put this right here. 80 point, what was it, 8? Yeah, 8. Okay, I'm gonna stick with Bookmap or with IRT here. Overnight high, 74.7. Overnight high. And what am I doing now? How am I making these numbers so secretly, so groovy? I'm just going down the list. POC, high, overnight mid, 74.4. That's all. Overnight mid, 74.4. And what else do we have? Our previous value area high, 69.8. That's right here. And I want to get to one that I can do for you that's mid. Previous close, 68.6. We know that that's right here, don't we? Yep. There we go. IB high, 67.8. Well, that's way up above us. Actually, the IB high is right underneath the previous high. Where's the previous high go? Previous high is 58.4. Now, it's just pretty funny because they're the same level. The previous IB high is 67.8, and the previous high is 58.4. 67.8. Stop and think about that a minute. What did that tell you? 67.4. It says that these are statistics, probabilities. They are not hard, fast lines in the sand. You know, now overnight high just chugged up. These are live dynamic values, right? Pretty quick we're going to be higher out of range if they're not through screwing around here. Because here's the previous high. In a minute we might be higher out of range and the whole shooting match will start over. God darn it. IB low, where did you go? 59.4. I want to show you something over here. 0.4 IB low, and it's important to type those in, because the minute we open, price is going to zoom up here around the IB, around these either side of price, right? Because the IB high and low, what are they? They are just the IB high. They are just the high and low of the first 1 hour of the RTH trading session. They're going to be higher out of range here in a minute. I'm going to have to change all these freaking statistics. So I'm going to stop this right now because I'm going to have to change everything in a minute. And I'll do the TLab snap and let these morons figure out we're going to push the damn thing around to. You understand my point, right? I want the values to be correct. And we are going to open, if they keep going up, it's going to be higher out of range rather than higher in range. So it'd be actually a gap up. Oh boy, so excited. And let's see about the TLab snap. What is that? Well, that's a thing called the Trader's Lab. Hold on. Let me get the snap out of the way first. And so Furs is all done trading for the day. His target's about ready to hit, and he's all excited. Well, that's pretty cool. So the TLab is a bookmap Discord chat room started by a guy named Tom B. 48 years of trading experience, something like that. He used to be a money manager. I'm sure just trades his own account now, but I don't know that. It's obviously, sponsored by Bookmap, so they would love for you to subscribe, but you're never solicited for anything there that I know of. And never have been that I'm aware of. It's not a live trading room, nor is it a trade calling room, but a lot of good advice, a lot of good banter. People share a lot of stuff. You have to filter out whether it's, bullshit and bus tickets or whether it's real. So, but a good crew of people in there, and I was pretty active in there before. So I feel a sense of camaraderie for them. And I do the news reports early every morning at about 6, and then I do that screen snap every day at 8:20, just to give them all the levels. All right, let's get back to they're backing away from the they're backing away here now from the higher in range part. They didn't get higher out of range. Where am I? Okay, yeah. They're coming off of this now, and we've got 7 minutes left to go. So hopefully they're gonna not go busting out of the top there. Let's. I guess I'll continue with a couple of them. Overnight low is 48.2. I won't be doing the magic box this morning because it's a Wednesday. The data indicates that the days to do that are Monday, Tuesday, and Thursday. According to the man who conceived it, or the person who conceived it. Previous low is 34.3, and I think that's right there. Didn't do that very well, did I? Where the hell am I now? What else did I do? This is the mid, goes up there. That's gone there. This is down here. Well, I can't do anything about the highs right up under here too. Previous POC, I want that one though. Where'd that go? Previous POC is 66.2. Sometimes I put a flag over here for naked volume points of control, but I'm not gonna. Yeah, why not? I guess. Show you how that works. Don't ask me why they do. I have to do that every time. And then what was this for the 11th? Oh, 8/26. Boom, there you go. Well, we're getting ready to open here in 5 minutes. Value area low. Let's look at that one. That's 55.3. Hopefully they're not going to go turn around and run up out the top. That's going to irritate me to no end. Only because I want the values here in the record to be accurate. So, in order to have that happen, I need to, I want it to be correct, obviously. There we go. Well, I have to call that square for now, I guess. How could that be a high volume node and not be the all-time high? Oh, it's ETH, not RTH. Okay. All right, let's stop this foolishness and get over here to being able to trade. Now, to be able to trade with Bookmap, the first thing you've got to do is activate the trade control panel with this padlock, and then select an account, which I've already done. And then you can close it again, and I have these metrics up here. Plus, if you close that, you get cancel and close buttons, so I can keep the real estate and still see everything I need to see. I need to make sure I have the right statistics going out. I need to make sure I have the right multi-brackets. I need to make sure I have the right trade cop here if you're doing that. And then the rest of the stuff is, constant. Discord, somebody's talking to me about something. And they're gonna go up here and break out at the top again. Son of a gun. Why are they doing this? So now we may open higher out of range. I'm just gonna stand by and watch and be disappointed, irritated. Only because I want the levels to be accurate for the record. So we're ready to trade. I've got this going on. I've got levels being pushed properly from IRT to Bookmap. I am not going to be doing the magic box, so I don't have any crisis to befall me early this morning. I'm not going to be interested. I don't think I'll watch the 5-minute open and see how that statistic is. Something that Anton came up with. Which we'll watch and see, but I'm not going to trade that at this moment. Really? You useless bastards. Oh, I didn't do the GEX numbers. I'll have to do those afterwards. I forgot to type them in there at the moment. And we've got 30 seconds. You send it. Look at that. Really? 30 seconds and they can't seem to make up their mind. They're absorbing, they're sweeping, they're sweeping the floor, they're doing whatever. Still opening lower in range at this, or higher in range at this moment, but who knows what they're going to do. You've only got to get a couple of ticks up there and that'll put it over. They'll be so excited with themselves. I'll change all my statistics and Most importantly, there we go. So of course, there we are, and they pulled it right at the open. I guess it's the open. Nothing reset. Don't ask me. I am gonna say that was not. This will be interesting to see what Bookmap has to say. Look at that, 10 seconds. And now, of course, they're going to drag it back. They got everybody, yay, who all the retail folks are going. I'm so excited. And so I'm going to wait for Bookmap or for my RT to figure out what's going on and see if this print is actually in RTH or not. It looks like it looks to me like we opened, I don't know, 2 seconds. Ridiculous. That kind of shit is just irritating. And now we're just going to dump them. Of course. Of course. And IRT's, falling out its ass. The leg, I will do my best now to. I want to remember to type the open. That's a new one. That's a good one. What I need to do with IRT now, even though there's these lags and it's a problem and I always complain about it, I need to change to the full session, from the full session to the RTH. So there's our close. Here's our open. No, they did open them up out of range, it looks like. God damn it. And now we're trading back down to here, back into the value. So technically, it looks like it was a gap up, technically. I have no real clue. But what are you going to do? And they've already dumped at 20 handles. I guess I should have done the magic box today. It would have been a lovely trade. Damn it. But I trust Magic, who has, that's why I call it the magic box, who has developed, who trades that system on a regular basis. And he has rules for himself is Monday, Tuesday, and Thursday, not Wednesday or Friday. It's just an opening range breakout trade, so it's a real simple thing to do. Man, where the hell is going on over here? So, yeah. There we go. It would have been a great trade this morning, and I would be all done and headed for the couch or wherever I can go to. Tomorrow would have been great. Damn it. 20 points. Got to get on those. I need to knock out at least one trade a day here. So technically we opened in gap rules, I think, but it's over with now, so it's not really even worth talking about. Okie dokie. Definitely a big gap. And maybe by a tick or something, an outside day. I keep getting there. for years always thought about a gap as previous close or previous range high or low to the open, and in reality, by definition, in the trading world, a gap is the previous close to the previous open. So there's that. Now here you see our IBs have formed up correctly. There's our big opening gap, and straight down to trade them. Get rid of that ridiculousness at the CPI number. Full session, or kind of a muted yellow over here on the POC. And the RTH session is a brighter yellow. Now they're lining up quick. I'm dying to see what IRT has to say about that open. Well, according to IRT, which has updated everything, we opened in range. So, but by, okay, this, by what? By a couple of ticks or a tick? There's the high and there's the open. So, was a real good opportunity for the magic box, though. Darn it. I'm sorry I didn't take advantage of that. Actually, it wouldn't have been a good idea, because the way it works, it's just an opening range breakout for the first 30 seconds. So if we opened right here, we traded, there's the high. No, it would have been okay, because this is within the first 30 seconds. So the high and the low, and then it would have taken the low breakout and traded down 20 handles or something. No. What is it? Yeah, sure as hell, 20 handles. Would have been phantasmal. But I'll look at that. Look at that later. And what, hindsight doesn't do you much good. Hard to pay the rent. Trump has been suspiciously quiet in the admin about all of the this war story. So, I'm just waiting for the shoe to drop at any moment. Always. The more quiet they are, the more spooked I get. Man, that's disappointing. That would have been so sweet. Oh, yes. I've got to do the Gex stuff. Forgot all about that. Okay. So what have we got? 77.5, 78.25. $79 is the call wall. And 79.5. Oh, come on. These delays are driving me crazy. Okay, and what do we got for max pain and put wall? 76.75, 76.5, 7,600. Well, I ought to be able to remember all of those. It's amazing. So max pain is 76.5. Mm-hmm. Damn it, quit that. These delays drive me crazy. Okay, that ought to be correct. Oh, look at this. Aren't you goddamn funny? What was it? 77.5, okay. So are you here? I don't even see you anywhere. Jesus, it's like pulling teeth. I mean, to type in some numbers, isn't that incredible? That's all I'm doing. Typing in the numbers for the call thing and to put the gex stuff from the deal that I used to get those numbers. It's incredible. These lags are just ridiculous. Pretty disappointing. Now I'm not sure what the lag's doing with the save function, right? Yesterday it didn't do that right. It's all based on this stupid shit right here. Sorry, this stupid stuff right here. It just keeps falling on its ass. And I've got the priority of the CPU set and all kinds of noise that's supposed to make a difference. Doesn't appear to make any difference. Yes, yes, I should have done the the magic box. No, I didn't. Yes, I'm bummed. Now we may just have gotten down here where we're going to just flop around and trade them out. We are exactly on the micro composite VPOC. Oh yes, look at us and the high volume node and dead center in this micro composite. Look at that. And we're trading right where that node is right there at the close. Okay, so let's see, what am I doing now? I think I've done my fair share of complaining, so that's okay. Still got the big lags going on everywhere. That's just magical. Well, look at that. Wouldn't that just have pissed you off? And why? Who said what? Did Donnie John tip over the apple cart again or what? Oh, I know something. Let's take a look. What do you get? What do you want to bet on volume? Look at that damn thing freeze up. And all I did was click. That's because it's trying to process that spike. %53 volume. Still. So, there you go. The higher time frame can do whatever they feel like. Thanks, Mom. Wait a minute, you forgot to kiss it. Come here. Gotta train her better. Delivers my tea. She better give me some kissing here. You gotta be careful kissing them Vietnamese tigers, though. They can get a little bit grouchy sometimes. Okay. What do we got happening here? Let's see. That seems to be okay. IRT is still falling on its tail. I guess that sweep was a Donnie John. What do you want to bet? 2,896 of them. People, 2,896 traders, retail one lotters that are going, oh man. Or am I anyway? Here we go. Well, I don't see anything other than market on open imbalances sucks. That's the sell imbalance. Well, I don't know what's happening. That's official. I was looking for something in the news about that spike, but I didn't see anything. Other than they just swept the stops and, you know, I guess that's what they did. Liquidity sweep. %53 volume. 53% average volume so far today. I'll be watching for the initial balance. Now it's going to be pretty wide. We're at 68s and 94s. So 34 points. That's a pretty substantial initial balance, I guess. Did those GEX levels get pushed around and everything else happened, or I don't know what, or something, or whatever? What's going on with that? Yeah, GEX flip is way down below us. That's correct. We're positive gamma by a lot. We should have the mid up above. There it is. Okay. I don't think 28 quarters where 58 quarters where it was, is it? And the call wall. Let's see if those values are right or correct or something. Yeah. Yep. Isn't it cute? Okay, cool. They seem to have all gone where they belong. 67 max pain, 60, 76, 75. That changed a bit. Okay. The levels are dynamic in the day, right? But I try to just not get too carried away. And let's sweep them the other way. Remember that responsive selling to take profit and gap close? Well, there's the gap down there at 83.5 or 53.5. And we didn't put Blue Boy on the job yet. Good enough. Well, there's the context so far. We got the value area low, overnight volume point of control, and the gap and close down here below us at 54 levels. I'm still disappointed I didn't do that box. Darn it. I don't have the data about it, so I'm going to listen to the creator, or the person who told me anyway. And we're coming to the top of the hour here. There's no more news or reports out. We could have some random geopolitical, tweets or us could hit the airwaves here any time. And I would never recommend trading in the direction of a statistic. I don't think that pans out in my data. The big question I have at this point now with this initial balance statistics, etc., is okay, first of all, it's not the initial balance yet. It's not until 9:30. But assuming that that's happened already and we come down and we take it out, this is when I have to make the call. Do I wait for the retracement to the 25 or 50 and then the continuation toward the breakout level side, or do you mean revert it back? And I think in this case, a mean reversion back is a good idea because of the rotational day and the fact that there's plenty of meat on the bone. We're at 65 and the 25% levels up here at 70, too. So that's 7, 8 handles, right? Mm-hmm. Just thinking out loud. That's one of the things, or not problems. That's one of the questions that often come to me with Edgeful and that data. Come on, man. Could you just work for a change? So tired of that lag. Mm-hmm. Oh, man. Well, what are we doing now? Man, my eyes are killing me. Let me see where we are. Okay. We continue to push that lower. All right. Change up these brackets. Hey, Anton. Morning. Crazy open. Right at the previous RTH high, tick or two below. Based on the CPI stuff, I guess. I got an interesting email. Atas is looking for English-speaking presenters over here, I guess. They want to expand their YouTube presence. I don't know why in the hell I got it, but I did. I guess maybe because of where I live. I don't know. Or, you know, I'm sure you did too, but there you go. uh, 78.63. Where are we? Ooh, what? 68.63. Ah, okay. Whoa, come on now. Bitch, I hate that thing. What, Panda? What can I do for you today, Miss Panda Poo? Huh? What can I do? Let me see. Yeah, I figured he did. I was positive you would get it, being a lifetime subscriber and all that. I was surprised I did with just a trial thing. Okay. I don't know why that even caught my eye. Usually I just blow through those and delete all that promo stuff, but for some reason that, I guess because it was Atas, I looked at it a little more closely. I just thought it was funny. I don't have those low volume, the ETH low volume nodes like you do. But then again, I have, this is different for me. Yeah. The closest thing I have to that is over here. Oop. These profiles on Bookmap are kind of strange. I wish I could just have them be exactly what I want them to be, you know? Like the RTH. It resets at 8:30, okay, but it will continue plotting all night as long as the price is trading in this area somewhere. These will keep going until morning. So as will this one over here. It will plot the entire session from 1700 to 1600. You can't. There's no end time on these, which is I would like, because then I could compare actually what those are. Still haven't closed the gap yet. Whether that means anything. The weekly profile, huh? Well, I can have one of those. I think. Yeah, I can. So this is the weekly profile over here. This is the weekly profile that I have, and this is full session, so. I think. And here's the daily one. Oh, this is pretty handy because this is the RTA or the ETH, and here's the RTH. So this is in fact ETH from yesterday. IRT does that no problem, but Bookmap does not. And this is the weekly. One hell of a sweep over here. I don't know whether that was just a liquidity run. It's real. It's like 53 real stupid volume. Yeah, 56% average volume. And 2.5 point ATR. So they're slopping them. They're just whacking them all over the place. They're playing whack-a-mole. I guess. I tried to dial in these sweep thingies over this morning early, try to make it a little less obnoxious. And I'm not sure I was very successful. I stayed off the magic box this morning because it's Wednesday, and boy, would have that been a beauty. That thing, like 25 handles and faster than you could say don't. I'm still upset about my handling of the situation yesterday by not just standing back and letting it run. Well, let's see here. I think I've got the Gex levels dialed in the way I'm supposed to. As they've changed it all from this side, anyway. I don't think they have. I mean, the big one is the flip, I guess. Let's see what they are. What I have anyway. Oh wait, I can look over here. Can I? Yes, I don't have to look. I don't have to bother IRT and get it all confused. 77.5 and I think that changed. I think this is now. I think this one's now 79. See? No, 78.25. That's okay. I'll leave it like it is. I have no idea. They do change through the day. I did figure that out. So, there you go. Positive gamma for our regime by 20 points or something. Oh, sorry. 19.5 points. Dealer flow is short. Mm-hmm. Jesus, look at this price action and 50% volume. Oh. I mean, this is 20 points around here, but it, yeah, until typically I only have ticks reflected up here, not money. But recently I changed it, I think. Let's just see. Because I was trying to do something at night. Let's see if I did or not. No, it's in ticks. That's what I thought. I usually never keep money anywhere in view. But yeah, I mean, what's the difference? Money or ticks? Exactly. My problem is with just 2 lots. That's why I've done some stuff with AI at nights, and I asked the question, well, doesn't it make more sense rather than trying to get large, asking a lot from price? Is it better to ask less and have more lots so that size, so that you have a similar profit potential, but having less volatility, less movement? And it suggested which was what I was thinking is a 4 lot, and then risk neutral scale off of that and let them run. But yesterday was just a simple fact of I was just kind of, magic box is right, it worked. So I got spooked and took it off rather than just let. Because once it's with only a 2 lot, you've got risk neutral, the first scale, and then that's that. So this is something I'm gonna look into here. If I can stop slapping this mouse around, I'm gonna throw the damn thing out here pretty quick. This is basically the setup, and instead of just bringing them both off of the second scale, or letting the second one act as a runner, I thought I'd split them up like that. Yeah, I don't find any common sense in letting something go way into the money and then come back in your face. That doesn't make any sense to me or not. That's why I will frequently, once I get that first scale, I bring that ice, and even AI has been saying the same thing. It said something like the nanosecond, the microsecond that you achieve the first scale immediately trailed to break even. So I know that a lot of the guys say that's no way to trade, but I'm the same way. I never met anybody that went broke taking profit. Really, that's my response. And maybe that's wrong. And again, if you've got a real big account and you're trading small, you're trading 1% or something, and yeah, maybe that's the way to go. Well, we have just not quite crossed the IB low. Couple of seconds. There we go. I would say the chances of taking the IB high are pretty slim just looking at the profile, but who the hell knows? somebody comes in with some nutcase tweet or some crap, and away we go. Well, the IB high was obviously formed first. Mm-hmm. What did we do with the world famous everything over here? So we closed them in the 50 to, I mean, the 25 to 50, and it's a 3.9. Mm-hmm. So, $25 to $50, 3.9. Oh, that's right. Tuesday, nope, that's not right. Wednesday, there we go. Jesus, look at those sweeps. Well, 66% probability taking the IB low under these circumstances, so that's not too surprising, according to Edgeville. And the retracement is what, New York. No, it's not Monday anymore, Dorothy. So if we take the low, they say there's a 71% probability we're going to take the 25 back to the 25, and another 58% we get to the 50. That's kind of spooky to me under this circumstance, but you never know. $30 points wide on the IB. And we're going to take the IB low. Are we all right? Let's go. Yep, there we go. No? Surely. Look at that frickin' sweep. All the way down to 56s. Man. this is accurate according to this. There's the low. That's pretty incredible. And they didn't take the IB low. Huh? Are you kidding me? This is the second or third time they've done that kind of crap. I actually have to go look at the other yeah, IB low is broken according to this. They call it a touch to break. Oh no. What? Oh, the sweep broke it. Yeah, what am I doing? Jesus Christ. I better get back to bed quickly or I hurt myself. Okay. Yeah, the sweep broke it. I was looking at the wrong time. Yeah, I would say they definitely got their well, and actually, if I'd have been not asleep at the frickin' wheel, there's the IB low, there's the retracement to the 25, and right back down to the IB. So that 70% probability came to pass exactly. I was thinking that sweep was on the other side of 930. I am definitely not switched on. So we're back to the 25. Are we going to get him up to the 50 now? That's the next one that they're talking about. I would say after that big liquidity sweep, they want to go up. That would be, isn't that the whole theory about the sweeps? When they sweep that liquidity, they're looking to fill their orders and not move the price up. They're looking to buy and not have negative price improvement. I think. I guess that what I should have interpreted was the sweep takes the IB low, meaning that they've cleaned liquidity and they want to go higher. And they touched right here, mean reversion back to as far as it could get. Would have been the trade, right? Outside in. I'm sure Tom or somebody did that. That sweep. I don't know what to think about that. I don't know who that is in the static. I didn't know anybody did live. I don't know anybody else that live streams in the static group. I didn't know they did, but yeah, not sure who that would be, but there's only like 3 or 4 people over there, so, or 5 maybe now. I don't know who, but anyway. Well, that's a bummer. Right to the mid, huh? Damn. And earlier in the, I can't remember where, I was talking about mean reversion, about this IB, and then I'm standing here like a fool and didn't recognize that this had been the IB and this was a test. Bitch. I need to get to sleep immediately. Yeah, that sucks. 30 points in profit. I would have never, there's no way that would ever come back in my face. I mean, and because I would have scaled anyhow, they don't, I know Rod has gotten down on scaling because of his entries. He seems to work out very good for him, so he doesn't have a big problem. But then I see sometimes the people will post a screen grab or something, you know, and it looks to me like there's a scale going on there, but not Rod. Excuse me. Oh, Carmine. Oh, there you go. I'm sorry, man. I need to go back to bed. I can see that right now. Yeah, it didn't even register with me. Yeah, okay. I didn't know he live streamed, but yeah, you're very definitely right. It didn't even register with me. 2 or 3 people said they've watched that they think he's a good trader or whatever. Yeah. Jesus, I need to go to bed. I'm so preoccupied and stressed out. I don't know let him put her horse back over here. I can't believe I didn't realize the IB had been set, and I'm looking at this over here, wondering if it's been taken. It had been swept long ago, and this was the mean reversion I had talked about earlier. Son of a bitch, really. Crazy. I'm not eating my own dog food, I guess. Well rested and, you know, tilt and all that other stuff. Yeah. Yeah. Carmine. Well, this is one crazy profile, huh? Look at that with the talk about tails. Amazing. Boom, boom. Oh. Well, I don't know why I'm so off. I just went out to the kitchen to fill up my green tea glass, and the kettle was empty, so I filled it up, put it on. It's electric one, you know. Put it on, turned it on, and then grabbed my empty glass and started to come back in here. And my wife started laughing at me. I'm burned. I guess I'm just toast. I don't know what's wrong today. Missing the IB low, and yeah, gotta be extra careful. Or turn off the trade control panel. That's like that Trades by Matt, the guy from Texas, not the other one, Matt Trades or whatever that you mentioned, but same thing too. He would always be losing, and then the next morning he would have gotten on after the stream when he could focus and made all the money back and that stuff. I don't know, whether this is the guy or not. I also noticed that he is now, thanks, Mom, stop laughing at me and do stupid stuff. That Matt, Trades by Matt guy has got some other person that's presenting on the Trades by Matt thing now. I don't know. So I guess maybe he's farming his subs to other people. I don't know. Mm-hmm. Come on, man. Cut me some slack. Get up here and sleep on the back. I have no clue about any of that, really. My suspicion is that he does, but it may be something completely different, like swing trading, or I don't know. Or, or his account's big enough he can put them on and, put a stop on the other side of the range. I don't know. I really don't know. Well, there we go through the IB again. Now, what did we do? We didn't get quite to the 50, but pretty close. It said there was a 53% probability we would. Yeah, I don't know. Furs and people, you know, I saw some when I posted the TLab snap in there. Well, I'm done for the day. Target hit. I'll see you guys later. This was at 8:30 this morning, 8:20. I don't know what's going on over there. I guess mean reversion's the name of the game today, huh? And then the minute I throw one on and they'll sweep it. Well, we still have, if it matters to anybody, we still have the overnight value, previous value area low close and then POC down there somewhere, but I don't think it matters. I think the big thing today is 61. Oh, we came up from 53 to 61% average volume. I really believe that makes a difference. I mean, if you stop and think about it, I think it makes sense. Now, if I weren't such a wuss, I would have been. That wouldn't have worked. 5 points. Needs 5 points. They may not. They may just keep trading it. VPOC is just doing a square dance over there. Well, yeah, and the closed gap and the previous POC and all, I mean our RTH POC, ETH POC. But we got awful close to it with that sweep. And that just tagged out the POC from yesterday? Really? In the in the market profile, which is of course not the same as the volume profile. Boom. Hmm. I would say the days of mean reversion are probably over here, because it looks to me like they're going to keep testing, banging on the bottom of this bucket till they get it to break. Now this is flashing at 60. I'm not going to short it. I think that's probably the way to go, but I can't really do that setup, or the bracket that I have is 5 points, right? So this is just these wiggles are within that. They're not paying out for that unless I change it all around and go back to the old other one. Even if I wanted to, which I don't feel I'm off, you know. I've obviously made 2 or 3 mistakes uh, already, so that should be a warning, I guess. Note to self: don't do anything. Well, yeah. I mean, just look at the overall picture here of the day so far. Retail soup. No, I'm not on mute. I was out getting something to eat. I'm not feeling very good. Grab myself some fresh shrimp and a couple of tortillas. Couple of tortillas. I'm gonna have a shrimp tacos or something. Come on. Yeah, me too. I never left, but I was doing something on my other machine. Okay, here we are back from the craziness. Yeah. Well, I hope you're being I hope you are being, whoever you are out there, are being disciplined. You know, this is not a market to get involved in. The early out, it was great for the real short box trade. Other than that, I haven't seen any opportunities. It looks like a hamburger fest to me. Hey, Magic. Yo, my brother. I didn't do the Magic Day. It was Wednesday, but boy, it would have been a perfect one. And I mean, it would have been like yesterday. It just fell out of bed hard and straight down. But anyway, I was just mentioning here that it was a great day for retail soup. And some of these sweeps have been pretty dramatic. Look at this. I don't know what screen I have. Yeah, look at this thing here. That is 65 till 72. So not quite 10 handles. Yeah, yesterday was fine on the box, but I just, as you know, I didn't manage it properly on the way out. It could have been a runner all day. And today is Wednesday, so I take your advice until I, you know, capture data that says otherwise, which I wouldn't imagine that it will. But anyway, I'll take your data. And yeah, now here we are. And look at this goofy looking profile. This was the CPI, right? They ran it way up here, almost within a tick of being out of range. Very definitely gap up. And then whammo. On the open, straight down. Look at there. Sure you've seen that, but you know, there was the open. And down you go. Yeah, I would definitely not be that way. This what the context, as far as I'm concerned, is short. So, yeah, I'm not going to be on the other side of you, but yeah, all based on the CPI. what I'm trying to get dialed in, and I've been talking to this AI thing about it, is the stop, the trade parameters, the stop and the T1 and T2 stuff around the magic box. But yeah, so far so good. And of course, it's like anything in the rearview mirror. If, oh yeah, well, I knew this was going to happen, so I got short over here and down we went. And if you did, call me. Wow. Yeah, that's right. These mean reversion are tough, absolutely. Right down to the 60 handle there. Now the IB, I mean the Edgefield data thing is had actually worked out quite to the numbers today. My stupidity was I didn't notice this. I was busy ogling this sweep, thinking, "Wow, that's amazing," and I didn't notice that it actually was after 9:30, so it took the IB low. And then I was standing here commiserating about, "Oh, come on, guys, take the low so we can get on with the IB stats," not realizing it had already been taken. The Edgefield data says 72% we retrace to the 70 level, and 53% more we get to the 50. So I would normally always extrapolate between the two and look for a level, like in this case, the mid. So this would have been the short for the retracement trade, and it would have gone from, not a big deal, but it would have been from 75 to the 62s or something, but it could considerably, conceivably still be in the trade. So, yeah. Okay. Yeah, I was off today. I'm, not eating my own dog food. Really, I'm not. I don't know what's wrong. I think I slept fine, but I don't feel right. And then missing the IB for Christ's sake with this thing because I was all busy being, amazed about what a sweep this was, and not paying attention to the time. I was just an extra reason to not be forcing the issue. But the Edgefield data did play out just perfectly here. So obviously this is one day that it did as compared to all the other days that it didn't. It's like everything else. Oh yes, that worked perfect. My wife has more fun playing with those cats than shake a stick at. Well, as long as you're risk neutral, then there you go. Better hurry to bed, Lucky. Mom's down there. You're gonna miss out. You're gonna miss the prime spot. Yeah, I'm already tired and it's only 11 o'clock. I must not be sleeping very well. Something. Yeah, Panda, they're down there. Go get them. Go see what they're doing. You go see what Mom and Lucky are up to. Report back to Dad. They're doing sneaky stuff. And no earnings today either. I'm just on the edge of my seat, amazed that Tweets R Us hasn't come zooming through the, it seems like kind of amazing that we haven't seen any real turmoil out of Trump and company. There was some nonsense from Becent that I noticed yesterday. A lot of talk from the Houthis and I don't know. I think maybe they're coming to the realization that they made a big mistake. I don't know. Seems like that's the case. Never know what's going to happen. I don't know what the Gex story is up to either. Let's look at that. Well, this thing went short like it's supposed to. You see the T1 here. It went short right when I was busy flapping my face and didn't. I got to just leave this trading view thing up and shut up, Incredible. Now, whether it's going to get stopped out or not, who the hell knows? The stop is up here. You see a little red tint. This particular algo is based on the percentages, not fixed ticks or something. And to do with these, I thought I had it set to where it was shorting at 50, not at 25, but I got to look and see. And then this is T1 here and T2 down here. I think these Gex levels, they look the same. I think Anton found a different tool for this that he was talking about yesterday, Lycan. I didn't catch the name. And maybe he didn't say it. So let's see if we get up here to the 25s or the 75s and the 86s, that'll be a stop on that one. Yeah, there we are. 71, 58, and 11. The weirdest. It's amazing to me the stuff that happens nowadays. I don't know how to exactly put it. You know, it's like everybody is just waiting to take advantage of people who aren't in maybe up to speed enough or something, you know? It's really crazy. I logged on to Wells Fargo. I wanted to get some business checks printed for this other company that I started for somebody. Long story short, they wanted $199 or some crap, and then shipping, you know, was going to be $15 or $16 and printed from not from Wells Fargo, but printed from an outfit called Harlan Clark. Seemed ridiculous to me. So I thought, that can't be right. I mean, let me just check. So I just quickly Googled print business checks, and I see Costco pop up. And I thought, oh, okay, I got a Costco card. Let's see what this is about. Well, I got the exact same checks printed by the same company, Harlan Clark, through Costco for $41. $200 versus $41. And I'm sure the extra shipping, $16 or whatever dollars, it probably would have been the same from both. It's just god dang amazing, you know? I mean, everybody is looking to hose everybody else at the blink of an eye. And that's as far as I looked. I didn't look around any cheaper place. That's as much shopping as I did. I couldn't believe it. Couldn't believe it. Do you scale? Again, none of my business. Obviously, you know that. Do you scale? Are your targets set up based on percentages or ticks or something like that? I mean, I've always just used the multi brackets and 24 ticks and whatever else, 12 tick stop, 12 tick T1, whatever it is. I'll show you what it is right here, actually. Like this is the one that I just put together, and here's the magic box. Here's the magic box for a 3-lot, 24, and this would be a 2-lot risk neutral trade at 24 ticks. I don't know, and I'm not saying this is right. It's just you can't. I don't think you can do anything else with this tool except set it up like I've got it with ticks. I don't think you could do, like a percentages or anything like that. And this is, I think, probably too rigid because the only way you can control your stop location, if you wanted to, for example, you wanted to have your stop under this under this liquidity down here and you were going to go long on a real, mean reversion or an asymmetric trade, the only way you can get it right there is to adjust where you put your entry and then hope you get in there. That's kind of a dicey deal. Oh, there you go. I think that's a smart way to go. Oh, shit. Sorry, yeah. Christ, I'm brain dead. I'm going to bed. I think I heard the boss go by, so maybe I can slide in there and sneak up on her. There's the box. This would be what AI and I were talking about today. The proper way to go with the expecting the least amount out from the expecting the least amount from price, but locking in $100 for the 100 a day story, like you and I were talking about. And then 2 runners. It just recommended 1 runner, but I figured, well, why not try for 2? No. In other words, it would have said 2 lot here and not the 3rd runner at whatever price. Sorry about the screen. It's funny, I see all kinds of... Oh, there they are, okay. It looks like the chat's all chatting up a storm here now. Wow. The check thing was so amazing. Well, if you whack off the old boy, we're going to the moon CPI and then sweep down here for whatever freaking reason. That's one tight balanced day. I guess the best way to look at it is right here. There's, oh boy, we're going to the moon. And here's, well, not, maybe not. And then just balanced to beat hell, and the POC smack stock up in the middle. Did a little bit of dancing around here. The yellow is the migrating POC or developing, and the red one is it. Just looking at it, in my opinion, we got more downside because it's imbalanced. Same way over here, volume-wise, which means nothing, but... And this POC floating around over here is the... Oops. Well, I'm gonna get breakfast on my keyboard here. Jesus Christ. Panda, don't look. Dad's making a fool of himself over here. No. Don't look, baby. This POC is 7668. That's the market profile. It's still pretty close. And this big yellow line is the price, obviously. Hi, baby. Hi to magic. Oh. Yeah, I started doing this a long time ago from the TLab, actually, with the risk neutral, the basic risk neutral, and I thought that was a good philosophy that I hadn't really thought of before, which is right. Where's the original one? I guess I took the damn original one clear off. Oh no, here we go. Risk neutral 2-lot right there. 12 ticks. As it was 3-point stop, 3-point T1, 48 tick T2, and I was trading the minis. If you hit both of these, it was $750. It's 60 ticks. So, you know, worked great for a long time. And then I started getting more fancy and things, and then in the strategy that I was didn't work. But this was the original risk neutral trade that I said long ago. And on the minis, of course, it's well on the micros, it'd be $75 or $30. So 1.5 to 1, basically. Great, you got 2 stop, you got two off, and now you can go, you know, do whatever it is you go do and wait and see what happens. What? All right. I keep forgetting you're on the NQ. I'm busy looking around trying to find these levels going. What the hell? Oh, okay. Never mind. Yeah. Well, let's see here. Am I rich yet? What's TradingView doing? I'm going to be able to get a condo on TradingView bucks. I'm pretty sure of that. Well, maybe not. Mm-hmm. What I find myself doing when I'm in your situation like you are now, with your scales off and it's riding for nothing, in other words, I tend to fall into Anton's camp of hating to give any profit back, so I often will trail too close. What I think, what looks to me like swing levels, but frequently I'll get hit. Which is okay, but and it's better than having it come back to break even, I guess. But that's exactly what happened yesterday. And had I left it at break even, it would have held all day for like whatever that was, 25 to 30 handles. I think that's actually in here. Let me see. Turn this son of a bitch off so I don't make some stupid mistake. Oh no, I can't. If I turn off the trade control panel, I won't show the trade. Let's see if I can do this. That's not showing the trade over here. That's pretty weird. It's supposed to do that. What day is it? Well, it's supposed to be showing me the trade over here. Anyway, it was right here. So it went down, I got it, and then it took me out somewhere in here for like, whatever it was, 60 ticks or something like that, rather than just be sitting there straight down with never so much as a blink of heat the entire day until you got way over here into the close. Now, wait a minute. What is going on here? I must have something upside down. Never mind. Never mind. That's one thing about Bookmap that I find a pain in the ass, is navigating around. Well, the risk neutral setup that I, definitely does that quickly. Yeah, that's your payday, and then the runner's the wealth. Exactly. I hear exactly what you're saying. Makes good sense. I've been going on with AI about it, and I've actually put together a this is actually targeted to to Lucid. But this is what I've developed through here so far. There's a thing about the Lucid story and the guardrails. It knows all about the consistency and all of that stuff. But the thing that I just did was about the scale, and this was the one. Here's the opening. Here's what I was trying to do for your 30-second opening range, where I started. I'll do some more of this later. I'm trying to do them one at a time so I don't get them confused, and then put them together into this one document, which is like a trade plan, but I can just pull them off. And this was even for the MNQ. It's interesting, actually. I never played with this stuff at all, and this is just a Google thing. I don't know about Claude and all that fancy shit, but I just open up a the Google Chrome and ask it a question. And some of these questions have been going on forever. This is the entire thing here, from the pre-market and identifier trends and intraday structure and high expectation and the IB60. Breakout, continual, structural stuff, VPOC migration, and then, yeah, it's interesting. I mean, it gives me something to do at night besides go crazy. Yeah, that's manipulation, man. Exactly. That has got nothing to do with the value of the S&P or anything else. And here's one of the reasons, if I'm on the right screen, which I'm probably not, again. God damn it. Sorry about that. Here you go. Here's why. 61%. About an hour ago, this was 53% of average volume, looking back, of the 20 most recent trading periods at this time of day. When it's real light liquidity like this, low liquidity, they can shove it all around. And this is the MES. Imagine what I don't know what MNQ is. Let's check. Let's see what the MNQ is. %, average volume. That's, in my opinion, that's the way it gets shoved around so easy. Takes a lot less oomph to move it. Could make a very strong case for this liquidity here, and when we just touched that for the mean reversion. In my world, I mean, from my point of view, the problem is there's the mean, so there isn't much travel. What is it? 7 handles. I guess that's plenty. Yeah, it's almost noon. Jesus. I bet you Anton's listening. He said he's been listening to Tom's streams every now and then. They're recorded, so I don't ever do that in the middle of the day. I haven't listened to him for a long time, actually. I had a hard time following along. don't feel good today. Whew, I don't know why. Hey, Anton. Well, I'm not gonna get rich on my trading view trade today. It doesn't look like. Not really taking any heat yet, but man, I ate something. I'm feeling a little better, but damn, I don't know what's wrong here. That's the way I am with some people. Some voices, that Fractal Flow guy, who I think has genuinely good content, but he's got the perfect monotone voice like this, and he's kind of deep. And boy, I mean, I'm slobbering and drooling and snoring after he hasn't gotten through the "how do you do" part yet. I used to try to follow along with Tom's stream on my upper machine and replay, and see if I could tie the two ends together. And I didn't have very much success at that. I'm sure it was something I was not seeing. Yeah, well, you're scaled out and risk neutral, and you've got your runner on. So good luck. I'll shoot up a flare. I'm going to do the same thing. I'm going to go for a get outside. I'm standing here and eyes watering and everything. I ate that couple of sandwich there, and I feel better than I did, but not firing on all of them. Wow. Magic got long off the bottom down here, targeting the high a day, and he's all scaled out, which is really great. That wouldn't be something I would be able to do very good, except way down here. I'm not sure where he entered or anything else, but obviously this would be a mean reversion, could be a mean reversion, an asymmetrical trade. But here's the there it is. What am I doing here? There we go. Oops, that's not the one I wanted. Come on. Um, I'm so disappointed with myself that I missed that actual setup by the numbers on, even with the edgeful numbers. And just, I don't know what was wrong with me. Well. Didn't see, I was busy looking at the sweep and all in awe of what the hell they were up to, and didn't even notice that that was the IB low statistic. So this touch and up here to between the 50 and the 25, any place along this level was the short that I'd actually mentioned earlier in the stream when I was looking at the edgeful stuff. And just stood here like a goddamn grouse in a tree. Oh, man. And if you were really clever, you could go both ways, right? You could go do the asymmetrical mean reversion and then do the short and all that rearview mirror stuff. And your water's so bad I can't see the freaking screens. Well, I hope for magic's sake it goes ripping up there and takes that IB high. Wouldn't that be something to watch? Magic was saying that he has, even after his TPs and his risk neutral, he sometimes has trouble letting the runner just, have its legs without trying to take stuff off. And I was telling him that I fall into the same category as you do with not wanting to let profit go away. And oftentimes when I'm doing the runner thing, I trail too close, just like I did yesterday. Still, you're all right. You've taken profit off, yes, but well, yesterday is a perfect example. I took like 60 ticks and I didn't take one tick of heat the entire day had I held the runner until the close of the day. However many points that was. A lot. Oh, man, I gotta step away too here. I can't stop yawning. Well, that's good. Picked up 25. I mean, almost 10 now. Good for you. Yeah, I'm not sure where he got long down there somewhere. But wherever it is, he's taken off his targets and has a runner on, so. Wow. I'm going to go step away and jump in the shower and see if I can revive myself. I'll be back in a flash. Or, well, I don't know about a flash, but I'll be back. I can promise that. Well, what'd I miss? Huh. Nothing. Okay. Well, it's going Magic's way anyhow. I hope it gets up there for him. Oh, Oh. Hmm. Ten-year notes are paying the highest yield since 2007. This is not good. Boy, here they go. Oh, amazed. Good man, Magic. I hope you're enjoying your nap because you're going to like what you see on the screen when you get back. If it keeps going this way, I should say. Man. We see now what happens, if they can keep this going or not. Oof, see if I can keep going. And it was trying on your. Well, we see now if they can hold this across the range like that, or if it's going to turn around and rotate back down again. Great. That's great. Yeah, it was on mute, but you know. Magic's holding. He's got one running for the high of the day. That's the MNQ. Nope, not today. This is Wednesday. And it would have worked pretty good today, absolutely. But it's a Wednesday. I'm not sure how he figured out those days, but Monday, Tuesday, and Thursday. So I wasn't even set up. I didn't think, I didn't pick up the, like I said, I really blew it on my, not picking up that this took out the IB, and then the rest of it was perfect according to the edgeful retracement idea. And this, somehow I've got to get myself to do these asymmetric things here where at a level like this, obviously went down here and then back up to the IB. Magic got in. Well, never mind. I keep forgetting it's the NQ. I was just noticing what a difference in the price action between the NQ and the MNQ and the MES. I mean, this is the MES right here. And look at the MNQ and this zipper right along here. That's pretty amazing. Now, it might just be a simple function of the fact that this is 48 tick wrinkle and this is 12, so that could have a lot to do with it, I guess. But that's quite a consolidation right there. I don't put the stop at the other side of the candle. I just use my regular bracket, and the stop is generally inside there somewhere. Because I think, especially for this case, that risk is the yeah, well, we're just discussing how many pickup trucks you're going to need to buy to carry that money home there, Magic. No, I don't. When I take the magic box, I don't take a. I don't put the stop on the other side of it. It would just be the normal bracket, 20 or 24 ticks, which is, 5 or 6 points. I was noticing the difference in the, just noticing the difference in price action between the NQ and the MES here. MES and the NQ, that's a bit of divergence, assuming that the charting's right. Well, I must have been. Oh, I'm still not stopped out yet. Yes, I am. Do we have toothpaste in the bath? Can't stop yawning and my eyes watering. Really? Oops. Hit the mic. Boom. I hope that wasn't too obnoxious. Now, quite a big, there's something going on here. What's the deal? Quite a divergence between the ES and the NQ. I'm not sure. Make sure they're both updating right, I guess so. Well, it is the power hour, so let's see if they have any power. If my little algo in TradingView gets stopped out, both of you long boys are going to be pretty happy because that's up here at the 25 zone. Take care, Magic. Yeah, it's definitely the strongest bit of liquidity on the ES. For whatever reason. And it's been in and out pretty much all day too since the open, so kind of spotty along there, but it doesn't exist at all on the MNQ or MEF. Nothing there. Well, nothing there depending on the setting I have. I guess I could make it. I could make something there if I wanted it to be. That divergence, wow. MNQ's already is dropped down under the mid or under the VWAP, almost to the bottom of the value. This thing's been long for all day. That's pretty funny. As a matter of fact, I'm not sure how that can be possible. 11. Oh. Is the market not going any place, or is my stuff frozen up? I keep looking at this chart here, and it doesn't look like it's moving. NQ is. I guess it's just the size of the bar or the Rankos, but boy, that's been sitting there a long time like that. I see it moving, so I mean, I know it is, but crazy. Still don't have anything at 85. A little bit right here, I guess. Must just be under 200 contracts. Oh, they finally broke under that. Finally got 12 ticks on that Renko. That's amazing. I think I might have told you about this, Anton, if you're around. I don't know if Atos has this or not, but I saw a guy. What was that video about? I think it was about the... Yeah, it was about the GX stuff. And the guy was... had done the development of the thing, and he was showing how it worked. And his charts were candlesticks, but they colored by delta. So in other words, if the candlestick, was, if at the moment the delta was short, it would be whatever color he had, let's say red. And if it were, even as it developed based on, so I think it was kind of like those candlesticks that has a footprint inside of them or whatever else. And then it's pretty cool. Or at least it struck me as a good idea. I remember once when some years ago, Linda Bradford Raschke's now husband, or then husband, developed a charting platform whose name I forgot. And they had volume bars, but they got wider. The more volume that was in them, it wasn't delta. Swing high to the RTH log. Check where we reverse from. Okay, wait a minute. Let's see. What chart do I have where I could look at that? Okay, so here, whoops, you're talking about from here until here. But I thought the way you did Fibonacci's was swing to swing. So it would be from here to here, then here to here, then I guess here to here, or here to here. But anyway, yeah, down to here. Are you talking about this big drop down? Well, let's see if I can figure out how to do the Fibonacci on this thing. Maybe not. I don't want a Fibonacci fan. Fibonacci projection tools. Rejection. Gantt chart. You can tell I don't use this crap ever. There you go. So here to here, right? Oop. Oh, it did it. Never mind. Like that. Is that right? Now where did that thing go? Oh, here they are. 0, 38, 61, 100. Let's see here. Wait a minute. Check where we reversed from. Are you talking about the 6180 over here? Is that right? Oh, okay, cool. Yeah, I'll have to do that. I got to figure out. I haven't really messed with that thing since I looked at it over that weekend. These are the Fibonacci's you're talking about here, right? From here to here. Well, yeah, and that's also the 50% retracement from the IB, which is another thing, I guess. Also, what is it else? Let's just check something else here. Why is that doing that? Yeah, I think that's what you mean. Well, this is the bottom of the, this is the low of the RTH, and that's the high. Exactly. And this is that sweep. So. And do the IB low here. Yeah, that's exactly. That's the 50% of the IB of the IB. Cool. I'm not sure why that profile, that's the weekly profile, but I don't know why. Whoa, there we go. The bottom of the hour. I didn't even notice that. Well, let's see here. What a day. Wow. Got off to a bang, and then that's kind of fizzled out. But some good money made, I'm sure. Big pop on the CPI, and then down we came. Trading it right across the bottom here. Staying in the POC and the mid and everybody else. IRT is, we had that responsive selling, which was kind of expected in the pre-market if you listen about 8 o'clock this morning, because we were long inventory all night. Away now, Mr. Toolbar. There you go. Here's yesterday's RTH session. Here's the close. There's where we opened. Essentially responsive selling down to the almost closed the gap. Didn't quite do it, but almost closed the gap. There's the gap right there. 3 handles off the gap. The MNQ, on the other hand, is doing kind of a different story altogether over here. Huge gap up. Huge gap up. And outside bar on top of everything else. And didn't even close the outside bar, the outside day. Because here's as low as we got, and this was our, no, yes, they closed the outside day just barely. Here's the high of yesterday. Well, and the profile is about as balanced as you want to get, except for this big spike at the top. Second day in a row, we've had this big gap. I wonder what that, and it seems to be right at the same place. I wonder if that's got to do with something in the charting or what. See that gap in there's no TPO there? Or here? That's pretty weird. Wait a minute, let me see something. Sometimes if there's a color missing, no. That's weird. Same, but it's suspicious to me because it's at the exact same spot. Oh. Okay. And here's the market. Here's the high time frame or the micro composite. So we will have another. What are we doing? It's just a collapsing funnel. They're winding them up to do something with it. Dump it or break it out, I guess. I can't imagine that there's CPI's not so great. There's a big chance, 45% chance the Fed's going to hike rates. Yeah. Anyway, let's look at the rest of this mess. What do we have on the agenda for tomorrow? PPI, another big one. Initial jobless. These are part of the 4 reports which at least AMP, my broker AMP, raises the maintenance margin raises the intraday margin to maintenance from 1,700 tonight until after the report in the morning. Same thing for today. What do we got for earnings? Anybody going to say anything today? You should have been something, but there wasn't really anything there. Tencent and Cisco were today. OMAT, Applied Materials, Brookfield, Lenovo Group. Nobody really big, none of the mag guys. This is investing.com if you're just new to the channel. Yeah, I did see that. Thanks a lot. I thought I commented, but maybe I was muttering to myself. I'll open that in a second as soon as I finish this. Anyway, this is investing.com, and they only report traditional economic numbers, so I like that. And if you notice the event title, when you hover over it, it turns to a URL, so you can go find out all about the CPI. And these are all free. What is this? Oh, so here we got Hegseth. Okay. Going to be really interesting to see if any of these people or the administration group is held accountable for killing, innocent fishermen off South America who have been making their living that way their whole life, and all of a sudden we start blowing them up. Interesting, and that and so many other things that they're doing. It will be interesting to see if there's any repercussion ever. I kind of doubt it. but you never know. And this is Financial Juice. So over here is a Squawk Box, pretty much real time, which is handy, and a calendar event. Now, they do pull random stuff into their calendar if they can, which is a good thing, because from a risk management point of view, we need to know about risks in order to manage them, right? And this is where we'll have the market on closing balance at 1450 every day. And here's tomorrow for, here are the PPIs down here tomorrow for, in this calendar. I like the calendar of investing.com better for screen snapping and clearer and all that stuff. So let's see what we were doing here. Ah, yes, volume candles. I don't know. They may well have something like that over here. I don't know. Come on. Wake up, RT. Wake up. Attaboy. Jesus. Okay, I give up. Never mind. I was going to see if they were over here, but I don't know. Now it seems to want to be not very nice. I think I looked before, and I'm pretty sure that they didn't have it over here. Well, here we go down. Don't think I'm going to get anywhere with my algo boy over here. That's break even right there, but got a long way to go to get any profit out of it. I don't think it's going to get down there. Volume candles. Oh, there you go, volume candles, but they're wider or narrow. They're not delta. This is the volume thing that what's her name's husband developed, Linda Bradford Rashke. Volume footprint within the candles. Some of these, I don't know if this particular candle does it or not, but if you zoom in, the candlesticks turn into a footprint chart. I suppose that's the same case over there. Yeah, I'll go piss up a rope. I'm not gonna update for your stupid bars. Thank you very much. Yeah, I'll check that out on tonight when it's there's market action, but it's not streaming and whatnot. Maybe I don't know. What does this say here? I may not be able to log on anymore. I don't know. Yeah, I guess I overstayed my welcome. I don't get on anymore. I thought this was an unlimited thing. That's weird. But it says invalid username or password. I'll have to figure it out. It seems like I got an email about update your password or something. I'll check it out. Well, here's a bar. There's a breakout and a retest, if ever there was one, right back to the POC. But that doesn't strike me as a diddle in the middle right there. Plus, I'm not going to enter anything with 15 minutes left in the session. I appreciate that. I will definitely have a look. It may be meaningless, but it just seemed to me like it would be might be a good idea because there's no, the only, and the AI thing that I've been working with for how to do these various setups and stuff in the evenings and whenever, before early mornings, it constantly referring to the CVD, which is this red guy down here, and then if it gets green, it's going the other way, but if it's flat like this, it's not good. If it's directional and it talks about that, I never look at the damn thing. I don't know. I suppose people do, but I never look at it. I keep it shut, as you well know. This is delta. This is cumulative delta, but it doesn't. The way the AI is talking about using this is to do with the direction of it. If it's steep and falling, well, that's corresponds with here. But now here goes the market up, and it's been flat pretty much. So I don't see how that would. It reminds me of all the old RSI and MACD and all that crap, or those. I'm sorry, all those things at the bottom, which I was never able to make much use of because it all seemed like, well, okay. Here's a perfect example. There's a big drop. Then it's pretty much flat, just a little bit picked back up to here. And then it's been going down ever since. So the market is going up on negative delta. And I guess you would correlate this delta over here with this one. How do you look at delta, Anton? Do you look at the line chart at the bottom like this? Or delta in the bars? Or you use footprint, I think it's important. I just don't know. As far as I'm concerned, this is all selling. Well, that makes sense. And this little teensy bit up here is buying, but I don't see, that doesn't necessarily give me any indication why I would think the market would be going way up like this on negative delta. I don't know. Yeah, but you use you do use delta, right? Or not? Ever? I got to admit, I very seldom ever really look or study this column. I guess it's just there because I saw somebody else have it or somebody said so. Yeah, that's what I thought you did. Just the footprint. A delta colored profile. Okay. Individual bar profile, or like I've got, this is delta right here. Obviously a lot less bi delta than cell. Yeah, that's what I thought. Sweeperoonie, sweep, sweep, sweep. Here we go. Sweep the street. So there's a whole bunch of cell sweeping going on, and what's that mean? They're getting liquidity. They're selling liquidity. So they're sweeping out. They're sweeping out all the stops from the people that thought we were going to get long down here into the mid. Is that what that means? I better get more. I better get something to drink. I've been doing a, I don't know whether I told you this or not, but happened here now. I've been, every evening I've been working with, trying to see if I could figure out how to get some headway with this, this AI stuff, and this is the trade plan so far. It's got some real interesting things about how to correlate with how to use various tools. I told it the tools I have, right? Bookmap and IRT, and then some charting with the trading view, and it's to look for this kind of, look for consolidation or absorption or sweep thing. You know what I mean? It uses all that. It's amazing to me that it knows that stuff, and it seems to be interesting. Where's the other thing here's the thing I was looking for. Execution with Bookmap. Trigger the chart pattern. Watch for massive volume bubble sweeping through resting liquidity wall at the COB current order book, I thought this was interesting. How it figures all this out. This was the magic box thing. I was asking it what to do, thinking about that. So, yeah. Well, good thing Magic took it off. He was just on a runner way up in here when he got back up, so I'm sure he's tickled to death with his day. he did say he'd been struggling yesterday and today earlier, so maybe he's up. Let's hope so. Yeah. Yeah, this one here. Yeah. Where am I? Hold on. Where's my mouse? Who's on third? Yeah, this one over here. Whoops. Right here. Yeah. Yeah, some of the stuff it's come up with is pretty funny. Pretty, I don't know, not funny, but pretty surprising. The problem is it just hallucinating? You know, like I'll say something, well, I do risk neutral, trading where I have, equal scale and stop and scale. And then that's fantastic. That's the real magic. That's the real math. If you know how to trade that, it's fantastic, edge on your part. Literally what the thing said. And I'm thinking, but you didn't have anything to say about that the last go around, the last turn you were busy saying, well, do this and do that and scale out, and didn't mention any of that stuff. So it was, I don't know. And I do know that it has been proven to just hallucinate a lot of the time. So, but I'm not doing anything serious, so it's kind of fun. Yeah. And I have no use for it when it comes to things like robo-taxis. I just as soon have a guy making a living, paying his, supporting his family, driving the goddamn car. Myself. That's just how I feel. That kind of thing I have no use for. But yeah, this kind of thing is really interesting. Very interesting. This one, where am I here? This is just what and now this is a Google Doc, which I will post in the Discord here. Or are you a member of this Discord for risk neutral trading? I think anybody can join. I don't know. But, I suppose I could put them in the, a link to them or something in the stream. Some of these things are pretty interesting. This is a pretty in-depth trade plan to set up and execute, and 2 execution plans, and I've been able to figure out how to put them in place over here. And this is just all based around the 50K or the Lucid thing. Figured that was a good start. And that was something else too. I just said, well, this is a Lucid 25K evaluation. Let's talk about how would we pass that. And it knew right away about what the drawdown was, that there was no loss limit, and what the profit target was, and that there's a 50% consistency. And right here. Don't worry about the thing if you get more money than if you make more money on the trade than the 50% consistency, because you can just trade it off at this much price, which was pretty, I thought it was interesting. I was going, I'll be damned. and tail repair and how to deal with the. So yeah, it's pretty interesting. And so there we are. Oh, I'm busy shooting off my mouth, and I completely missed the whole hootenanny over here. Sorry. Ooh, 3 days running with a big sell imbalance. Nobody in the billions here yet, but very definitely every one of them in the sell side. 932 million, 747, 290. Oh, I'm sorry. The Dow's buy side 292, and the Mag 7 is 246. And I guess you probably didn't see this thing I was talking about, where it knew all about the parameters to do with the valuation account, and then talked about the other stuff. Like this thing knew all this, just spit out all this shit. Because I said I wanted, an organized, chronological, organized trade plan, and then I was able to just go through here on and put this together. Yeah, it's pretty interesting. So there's the market on close imbalance. And we popped right off the bottom down here and turned them around. Didn't get out the bottom again. I don't know whether it's going to make any headway to the top, but you never know. Oh, we've already closed them out. Oh, so we're in the closing swing trade. Jesus, I'm just busy talking and looking around and yep, yo. We're going to the zoo. Well, let's see. Did this thing take any profit? I don't think so. No, it didn't. So what this thing is going to do, it'll close out at the end of the session with a loss, because it's above. This is the entry right here. I mean, so what? But looks like they're gonna closing swing trade's gonna make some ground to the top. If you're on that, Anton, you're still holding on. Look at them go. Ooh, baby, ooh. You know that IQ trader trading or whatever it is that we've watched a couple of videos the same? I'm assuming that's in Europe someplace because it's CFDs. But those people, except for one or two, like the one institutional guy, that little fellow that does the presenting typically, and the young boy who supposedly won the Robbins Cup. I watched a bit of that again. It's the Robbins Cup MES, or Micro Monthly Challenge. I didn't know there was such a thing, but that's what it was. He won, because I was looking through the. He talked quite a bit about the GEX, and I was looking through the transcript to pick up the name of it, but he didn't name a program. He said it was a standalone app, but he didn't name it. And he in this transcript there, he also mentioned Atas charting, as a good charting platform or whatever. But they sound American to me, but no American broker over here would be, I don't think would be doing that. I guess you could be anywhere in the world you want to be, I guess, and have a one of those CFD props. Well, right back to the POC in the mid, and that looks about where they're going to get on this thing today. Ah, okay. Well, I will get on to the homework side of life. But for example, you know, this is all cell delta down here in this column. So what? I mean, sure, we went down here, and this is selling, but we also went up. How does that mean we're gonna go further or not? You know, that's something I don't really understand about that. I understand what delta is and how it's measured, but it doesn't seem intuitive to me in this presentation how it's how it could be used. I can't use it, but I can understand the theory of you know, this thing's trading lower or it's going up or whatever it is the cumulative delta, and by and large, if I know how to read this right, it's been negative delta the whole friggin' day. The way I think it works is I think this line changes to green when we get positive delta, which were, you know, negative 10,000 contracts. And more sweeping. Watch the. No, because what I did, I thought the same thing, and I read the transcript, which you can do. You know, you just go to that video and you can go more and then transcript, and there it is, the whole text, what each one of them said. What he talks about is how the GEX is calculated, inference or whatever he called it. That didn't sound like a correct word to me, but yeah, that's what he did. He didn't specifically name the platform, because I was looking to see what it was, because I'm curious. But or at least I didn't. I was reading it on my phone, you know, give it that. So maybe I missed it. But I saw the whole part. On the phone and in the transcript, you can search for GEX. You know, GEX, and it shows you, it takes you, zooms right there, and you can scroll right through what each one of them said. So, because I thought that as well. I can't do that here on the stream and show you, but you know. I need to watch the whole thing, you know, standing here when I'm looking at something on my phone in bed, because, you know, I miss a lot of it, and it doesn't mean just the audio doesn't, you know, it doesn't sync home. Well, they're going to close it right on the VPOC, the POC, which is exactly on the MCVPOC and high volume node and everybody else. We did just barely took out the IB high, previous high. Just took them out by a blink, you know, and when we had that big push right at the open. And this previous POC over here. Take care, man. I thought CVD was chart volume or volume delta, but cumulative volume delta. I guess I don't know. I guess I'll have to figure it out. I don't use it either. I mean, I never even look at it, as you know. Yeah, have a good night. Take care. See you tomorrow. I hope. And actually, this is a good opportunity to wind the stream down, which I usually do 10 minutes ago. So have a great night. Go out, get some exercise, rest your eyes, take a walk down the street, focus on the horizon, do something healthy. Get away from the screens for a while, and be sure you're back at 8 o'clock Central Standard Time for another fun-filled, exciting adventure of risk-neutral trading. See you tomorrow morning at 0800.